All right. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, members of the commission, Attorney Brown, Administrator Sims, call this meeting to order. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown. You're muted, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. We'll request a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussion of personnel, litigation, and real estate.
So moved. Second.
Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias. He's
You're
muted.
muted.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. He's muted, sir.
He is.
Okay.
Commissioner from the second, you're muted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Marion Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That motion carries with Ms. Davis out.
Okay. Everybody will transition to the closed session. Just give it a moment.
Sheriff Roundtree, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. There should be a join button to join the breakout room on your screen. Might be under more.
I'm looking. Screen share chat. What you say it's supposed to say?
Should say join for join the breakout room.
Probably go out and come back in. View options go up top. Probably go back in. That's generally what I do. Oh, workout room. Oh, workout room. Okay, I got you. You feel better now? I don't know. Huh? You heard what they said,
Alan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, they're still in legal session, so when they come out, you'll be ready to go, I guess.
Yeah, I just need somebody to assign me as the captioner. Can you do that?
Yes. And we'll after this conversation, we'll stay quiet because it is streaming live right now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay.
All righty. Give everybody a chance to get here. I think we're ready. 1, 2, 3. All right, we're back on the floor here. Attorney Brown? Where's he at? Can't see
Mayor
it.
Pro Tem, I can't, Mayor Pro Tem, I see you. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me now?
I can hear you.
I can hear you as well.
Attorney Brown, for a motion?
I have my phone all the way up, but
We can't see you, Wayne Brown.
let me call Jeff for a second.
Okay.
Uh, Mayor Pro,
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Jeff is telling me to come back out and come right back in.
Okay, we'll wait for you.
I'm at the municipal building. I don't see, he didn't come out the building. I didn't see him.
Commissioner, were you on door guard duty?
Yeah, you know me now. You know me.
He was sergeant at arms.
I just didn't see your blue uniform.
Oh, I could have got that job, but they were being offered, I think, right, Commissioner Garrett, Sergeant at Arms. I could have had me a job.
That's right.
Are we on the floor?
Would y'all allow me to get additional income?
All right, back on the floor. Call this meeting back. Attorney Brown.
I'm back.
Can
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, we will kindly request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second from 6 and Commissioner from District 3. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Thank God. Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
It's unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. Attorney Brown for a motion.
Yes, sir. We would request a motion to employ Mr. Odie A. Donald as administrator for the city of Augusta for a base salary of $240,000 annually and other terms of the employment contract with a start date of November 26, 2020.
So November
November 16th.
November
Yes,
16th.
sir. November 16th.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Sias, a second from Commissioner Hassan. Ms. Bonner, if we could please vote.
Okay, Mr. Clark,
I can't vote for a couple of things in the contracts, so therefore I have to vote no.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Can hear you.
Yes.
did he say yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Bonner?
That motion carries. I'm sorry, with Mr. Clark voting no.
Attorney Brown for a motion.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A motion to increase the total annual salary of Sheriff Richard Roundtree to the sum of $176,500 effective at the beginning of the first pay period of the year 2021.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second from Commissioner Hassan, a second from Commissioner Sias. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Attorney Brown for our last motion.
Yes, sir. This motion, Mayor Pro Tem, has two parts. A motion to approve, or Engineering Department is requesting approval of a motion to be in compliance with the consent order of the Environmental Protection Division of the Department of Natural Resources for the state of Georgia, case number EPD-SW-2859, that the following be authorized by the commission. Authorizing the Director of Engineering Services, of Environmental Services, along with the Director of Engineering and the Deputy Administrator to allocate an additional amount up to $600,000 from Landfill Contingency Fund for needed resources in terms of establishing positive drainage and permanent vegetative cover at Landfill Phase 3. Authorize utilizing landfill unfilled positions, lapsed salaries for using contract services supporting extended hours of daily waste cover operations. And the second part is to approve and authorize professional service transition period with a 60-day extension, which would be until December 31st, 2020, and $200,000 supplemental funds from the landfill contingency funds for needed professional services during the extended period.
So moved.
Second.
And a motion and a second from Commissioner Dennis Williams, the second. Commissioner Hassan was the motion. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Mr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
No.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries 8-2 with Mr. Clark and Mr. Garrett voting no.
Any other business, Attorney Brown?
No, sir.
All right, that concludes the legal agenda. I'd like to call to order the meeting, the commission meeting, chamber meeting for October 6th, scheduled for 2 p.m. We're going to kick it off, Ms. Bonner, with the invocation led by Ms. Mary Davis.
Okay, please bow your heads. Saint Michael, the archangel, defend us in battle. Be our defense against the wickedness and the snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, thrust into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen.
Amen.
And if we can get the Pledge of Allegiance up, please. And we'll start with Ms. Bonner on this one.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Do we want to start with the addendum agenda, or do we want to just go straight into delegations first?
And you want to acknowledge the addendum agenda?
Yep, let's go ahead and do
Okay.
that first.
Individually, please.
Sir,
Can you read them individually, Mayor Pro Tem?
he's asking if I could enumerate
Yes,
the
ma'am.
addendum agenda.
Please
Okay.
do.
Addendum agenda, regular meeting, October 6, 2020. Additions to the agenda. Item number 1, a motion to approve election Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020 as a civic day off for non-public safety and law enforcement personnel, requested by Mayor Hardy Davis Jr. Number 2, motion to approve resuming committee meetings starting October 13th, 2020, requested by Mayor Hardy Davis Jr. Item number 3, motion to approve McCarthy contract for air carrier and general aviation apron rehabilitation phase 3 in the amount of $4,467,810.20 for Augusta Regional Airport, requested by Director Herbert Jadon. Deletions to the agenda. Item number A, Mr. Galen Tootle. Agenda item number 5, motion to approve exit lane security equipment from Record USA, sole source in the amount of $110,000. Director Jadon said there's further review needed for this particular item.
We have approval to add the consent agenda items as stated.
I'm voting on,
Is there any objection?
yes, on 1 and 2 for me.
Any other objections?
Mayor Pro Tem, did you say add them to the consent agenda or the commission agenda?
We have to have approval to add them, so I wanted to see if there was any.
I know, but which one you were saying? Just to the add them to the regular agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't have an objection. But...
Is there any other objections besides 1 and 2?
Yeah, I object to 1 and 2 as well. You can't. I object them being put on.
Okay. All right, some objections to 1 and 2, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir, I have that. Okay.
Okay. So we'll start with the delegations, I guess, number A.
Number 8.
I mean B.
Deleted, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, sir.
did you vote on them being, the other ones being added to the
Did I
agenda?
didn't think.
Unanimous consent.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. So we'll start with, is it B?
B, yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Bonner.
B, Mr. Ralph Utley regarding storm drain neglect and excessive trash from waste trucks and routed to the landfill. Mr. Mayor, do you see Ms. McFarlane?
Welcome, Mr. Utley. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes once you start, sir.
Ralph Utley, 4168 Kingsbridge Road, Castle, Georgia, 30815.
Thank you, sir.
I'm here primarily today, I had a situation that triggered a 3-pronged situation. I have a larger issue with the storm drainage. I spoke with one of the departments yesterday about 311. My sister's water pipe burst, and I went down to look at it, and I discovered that it was caused by a root from a tree that was about 10 inches, growing 10 inches from the meter itself. The root grew underneath the meter, causing it to raise up in the air about 5 to 6 inches, and eventually it broke the water pipe, PVC water pipe, which is plastic. I called it in, they came out, they sent a technician out. He said they couldn't do anything until we fixed our pipe. I take issue with that. We should not have to fix it since it's caused by the meter. The meter itself is moved. The meter moved because of neglect from the city. The city has not cleaned anything, which brings me to the larger issue. All of that is in the same area, storm drainage. It extends probably the length of our entire property. Our property extends about an eighth of a mile along Deansbridge Road leading to the landfill. We have trees and underbrush growing in the drainage system itself. And some trees in the diameter of 8 to 10 inches. That's how long it's been. The drain itself is filled with dirt, grass, underbrush, and as I first stated, trees. She called it in, and she didn't understand what was going on, so I went up to repair it. I dug it up and I discovered the roof underneath the meter itself. We called it in, they came out, sent a technician out. First guy came out, said that he couldn't do anything until we fixed the pipe, which is crazy. I mean, you can't fix the pipe with the meter on a 30-degree angle. You can't screw a pipe onto that. Anyway, I spoke to a supervisor. He said the same thing. I don't feel like I should have to fix it. I fixed them before when they burst, caused by freezing or whatever, no problem. But this is caused from neglect, and it's on the city side or county side or whichever, state, whomever, which brings to me another issue. We get tossed back and forth between state and local government. You know, that highway, that part of our road out there is maintained by the state, but I pay my taxes and I pay my storm drain grease to the Richmond County. I think Richmond County should either take care of it or at least in our behalf, go to the state and have someone to come out and do something for them. As I said, our property extends about an eighth to a quarter of a mile on Deansbridge Road. The other issue is the constant trash and debris that blows, not from citizens' vehicles, but from the City of Augusta vehicles. The trash, you know, they clean it up one day, and before 6 o'clock that evening, it's filled up again. All of this stuff blows right into the storm drainage, right, stays right in front of our property, you know, for weeks at a time. If I may suggest, you know, whenever my sister calls and complains about the trash, they'll come out and they'll clean it up, and it's right there. You know, cleaning it up and not addressing the cause, to me, is crazy. And the cause of it is the city trucks. When they come out, they dump. All they need to do is close the trucks back up, and the trash won't blow back. The little debris won't blow out of the trucks when they leave the dump. That means the cause. You know, they come out and clean up, and it does no good because they, you know, it comes right back out. I think that's about it, except for one other issue. The supervisor that came out and looked at our situation about the water pipe, I think his name is Mr. Harvey. He came out and he was very, I think, flip up with my sister when she, you know, was trying to figure out, or I think I spoke to him and said that I didn't think that we should fix it. And his reply was, well, it's you all the ones without any water. You know, and I don't think that was an appropriate statement for him to make, so as to say, if you don't fix it, you're not gonna get any water. But anyway, those are my 3 issues, and I appreciate some help from the commission.
Thank you, sir. Any colleagues want to speak to this? Commissioner Garrett?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Utley, it is good to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
I do agree with your sentiment about the trash that is blowing out there. You know, that's something where I hope that our sheriff is listening and our GDOT enforcement out there. If they would just set up on Deansbridge Road between Bobby Jones and the landfill and just check for trucks for tarps, I think that a few tickets would go a long way in helping to mitigate this. I've seen it happen, not just from garbage trucks, but it's usually the private individuals going out to the landfill that don't have their loads properly secured that the trash is blowing out of. So,
I disagree. If you notice, 99% of the trash is on the northbound side. Southbound coming from Augusta, there's hardly no trash. All of the trash is coming from the city trucks.
Oh, wow.
They need to cover up when they leave the dump. That's what the problem is. I stand out the pictures of it for you.
I'm hoping our trash haulers are listening to this as well and will help direct their drivers into making sure their loads are covered on the way out. But as far as the storm drain issue, we're going to get you some help on that as well, because that is definitely something that needs addressing.
So, Jarvis, do we have anybody in the building down there that can follow up with him, get his all the contact, make sure that, you know, we're getting some of those answers? Is there anybody down there that can get him before he leaves?
We can follow up with Mr. Utley, sir.
Yeah,
We can get
and make sure that
someone
he's
down.
getting some of those answers and whatnot. Commissioner Marion Williams?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My first question would be if the water meter, and Mr. Utley's first problem is the water meter is on the city's right of way. From what I understand, and I don't know, but what I understand, if it's on the city's property and is up to the city to repair that. If it's behind the water meter, line break behind the water meter on your property, then it's your responsibility to take care of that. But from what Mr. Utley just explained, that is on the city right away. I'm wondering why somebody from the water department hadn't addressed that being on the city right away. Is there anybody here who can address that? Why it wasn't addressed?
Let me see if there's anybody in the waiting room that falls under this. I don't see anybody.
Yeah, I add something. Can I add something?
Yes, sir.
I forgot to say, I did get a call this morning from Dr. Malik, and he said that he would send somebody out there about the meter issue. I had placed a call in to him 2 or 3 days ago, and I know he's real busy, and he just got back to me actually this morning while I was on my way. I do want to say that he did, Dr. Malik did, but nobody else did. I do want to say that. I want to say that he did say that he was going to, you know, get somebody out there the next couple of days. But she's been without water since September the 8th. And Commissioner Williams, the actual break is on my side of the meter, but on the county's right of way. Okay, and it's caused by the meter and the tree and the root that's on the county side.
Okay.
And then it's the meter raised up that caused it to break. It wasn't anything, you know.
And that's my issue. If it's on the city side, the county side, however you want to phrase it, I think we should have addressed that with a simple water fix, whether be lowering the meter down or getting the root out of the way or whatever it should have been. We got people who paying taxes, people who live like much other on the main road that dealing with this situation. We'll be more people friendly. Now I'm for whatever's right. If it's on the city side, county side, then we ought to be responsible, and that's where the states, even in the inner city. So I'm surprised that we took this long to get that. Mr. Utley, I apologize for taking this long. I know it could be without water, but not just taking the baths, but for cooking and everything else. So hopefully we can get this problem resolved for you between today and tomorrow. There's somebody fixing a plastic PVC pipe to go back in there. It's not like you talking about a 55-gallon pipe. They're going something. We're talking about a PVC pipe. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't think anybody in the room back there to do it, but I think the administrator ought to direct somebody to go out there and try to assist Mr. Utley and his family with his water situation.
Are you good with that, Administrator Sims?
I am.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Utley, we appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem. Hey, I just got a notification from one of our trash haulers that they're actually headed down to the municipal building to speak with Mr. Utley to see how they can help solve the trash problems blowing out. They said they'll be there in about 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Utley, for coming out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Bonner, next delegation item.
Our next delegation, item number C, Mr. Aaron Williams, regarding issues with sentencing in the court system.
All right, Mr. Williams, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Aaron Williams. I live at 1240 Plus Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
Great, thank you. Welcome, sir. You do have 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, my first issue that I want to address to the commission is that I was wrongful convicted. And it's been a problem with my conviction. My first plea negotiation was for 7 years probation. And it was said that I reneged that probation. But today I'm here to share the facts that I never did renege my original plea. I had 7 year probation. I was sentenced to 2 years probation in March of '98. I was sentenced to that. And prior after that, another incident happened to me in this kitchen. And I was sentenced to 5 years probation for that matter. And the reason why I was sentenced to 5 years probation for the second matter, I went to a revocation hearing. And at that revocation hearing, Victor's boyfriend, stated that I tried to kill Miss Kitchen. And during that testimony, her daughter, Antoinette Kitchen, jumped up and said, "No, Your Honor, that's not how it happened. I did not hear him try to kill my mama, but I was scared." And so at that time, they asked Miss Kitchen, did she want to speak? Miss Kitchen said her throat was hurting and she didn't want to speak. And so they asked me about the incident. I said, well, I would pay for my damage, what I did. And so after that, I went back and on August the 3rd, Mr. Luther Mike Daniel, he came to Richmond County facility and we negotiated a plea for 5 years probation prior to my 2 year probation, which I was sentenced to in March. Okay, so I went to be sentenced for my 5 years probation. But when we appeared at my sentence hearing, Mr. Mike Daniel did not show up. So they rescheduled for another date. And so the second appearance, my sentence date, Mr. Mike Daniel did not show up again. And according to one of my relatives and my knowledge, that one of my relatives approached the DA and they asked him why Mr. Mike Daniel did not show up. And Mr. Mike Daniel said that I had reneged the plea was one of the reasons why he didn't show up. And that is very untrue. That is not facts. The facts is my record still stands for my original plea, 7 year probation. I never did sign any paper reneging that plea. Now what happened? Mr. Mike Daniel came back and seen me back in September. And I asked Mr. Mike Daniel, I said, Mr. Mike Daniel, what happened? He said, oh, I forgot. And I said, well, just get my original plea back, And he said, well, I'll have to talk to the DA about that. And so the next day, Mr. Mike Daniel came back and he told me, he said, the DA is not gonna go back on that plea. They want to give you a plea for 5 years in prison. I said, Mr. Mike Daniel, I said, I will not sign for that because that's not my fault. That's your fault. And Mr. Mike Daniel asked me, he said, if you make a mistake and your boss get on your butt, who butt you gonna save? I said, mine. He said, that what he did. So at the time, I didn't really understand what he was saying. And so he tried to get me to sign paper for that 5 year probation. And that's 5 years imprisonment. That's the plea I refused, not my original plea. He tried to cover it up, and that's what he did. And by he covered that up, that triggered me to serve 16 years in prison for wrongful conviction. Now, so I was sentenced to 45 years in prison with all my time running consecutive, with no mercy on me. And so that's why when the judge on the heroin sentenced me, I screamed because I know my life was in jeopardy for something I didn't do and something I didn't pay for. And so I went to prison, and I was at Utley State Prison. And I think it was in 1994 or 95. My attorney, my counsel, Mr. John, came to me. He said, Mr. Widget, you know you're finna go home.
Mayor Pro Tem, he's the
Mr. Williams, your time has expired with the 5 minutes. Attorney Brown, you there?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of guide him? I mean, this kind of falls outside of the commission realm. Can you kind of give him some guidance on where maybe he can go for the help? And I appreciate his story and his passion today.
Yes, if he would contact the clerk, she will provide contact with me.
Okay. So, Mr. Williams, please, we'll get your contact information before you leave the building, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you for coming today.
Item number D, Mr. Devon Mitchell, regarding an update on behalf of concerned citizens from Olive Glendale Roads that was presented to Commissioner Dennis Williams.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Mitchell, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Devon Mitchell. I'm at 1650 Olive Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30904.
Great. Thank you. You do have 5 minutes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate the time, you all. Good to see you again, Mr. Williams, Commissioner Dennis Williams. I'm actually here. I'm not from here. I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I just moved here about a year ago. Purchased the property there on 1650 Olive Road. And, you know, since I've been there, I've actually been a witness to about 3 shootings. One where some young people, you know, they had to be about 15, 16 years old, in the back of my property, start shooting at each other and running in opposite directions. One standing in front of my property, seeing a car chase another car and shooting at it. And then recently, as you all know, over at the gas station there across the street, there was a young man killed. What we're building there is a youth center, and we're trying to bring positivity to the neighborhood. One of my goals is to partner with people around the CSRA and to make a real positive impact on that neighborhood as well as other neighborhoods. So we're trying to reach all the districts and make a positive impact. One of the things that I've noticed is that there's 2 different types of people that are doing these crimes. It's either people that, you know, or actually some of those people are just kind of standing out there and being bystanders, but there's some people that are out there trying to provide a living for their family, and then there's some people that just want to look the part. What we want to do is we want to reach those people that want to provide a living for their family and partner with those in CSRA to provide some jobs, to provide a GED. You know, so a lot of these guys don't have GEDs, a lot of these girls don't have GEDs. We want to provide the resources. And so I came today to let you know that we're trying to provide solutions to the neighborhood. We're starting a youth center there called Dream Center for Youth. I partnered with a few people already. Staying Focused is one of them, and their mission is to reach families that have juveniles in juvenile detention. I've also partnered with A1 Iron. They're willing to teach the welding for youth and offer apprenticeships. And so I'm also working on some other partnerships in the neighborhood as well. But Dream Center is a place where young people can actually dream without limits. And so we want to pull young people in. We're targeting the ages of 9 to 19 specifically, and then for Staying Focused, the age is kind of limited. But we're doing different things in the community, and we just wanted to come today to see if the commission would be willing to provide us a letter of support to show that you guys are behind us doing this positivity in the neighborhood, and also giving us any sort of, you know, direction that may be helpful for us to actually be successful here in Augusta.
Okay. Colleagues, Commissioner Fenoy.
Yes. Mr. Mitchell, thank you for your concerns about our young folks. The reason the mayor is not here today is that they had a ribbon cutting for the expansion of cyber down on Reynolds Street. A student can graduate from high school, go to Augusta Tech, get an associate degree in cybersecurity, and have a job waiting on them, making $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year. Also, we have some apprenticeship programs here in Augusta that I think Moses Todd has more information about these apprenticeship programs. But these kids could make $13, $14 an hour while they are in the apprenticeship program. And once they complete the program, they'll be guaranteed a minimum of $23 an hour. And I think it's important that our children know about these programs. But I also think it's important that a felony conviction or a drug arrest will prevent our kids from taking advantage of these opportunities. I think there are a lot of opportunities in Augusta. I again want to thank you for being concerned about our youth and want to lead them in the right direction. But I would encourage you to look in the about the opportunities that's available in cyber, and encourage you to check with the local unions here to find out about the apprenticeship program that are here in Augusta, Georgia.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
And Mr. Mitchell, just so I'm correct, you're asking for a letter of support from us today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all agree what you're doing, and we appreciate what you're doing. Commissioner Marion Williams.
I was going to comment on the letter of support he's asking for. I think we ought to at least get that to him to let him know that we are in favor of changing the minds of the youth and even the seniors. So I think the letter of support is something we ought to be able to do, Mr. Pro Tem.
Sure. Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, sir. If my memory serves me correctly, and we have such a thing with the fire department right now needing people, didn't the fire department institute a program that while you were a senior in high school, you could apply to the department and become employed directly out of high school at 18?
Yeah, actually, you know what?
Yeah.
I had a firefighter come to my home recently and assisted with my son. He was having seizures. And he actually told me about that program during that visit. He found out what I did and he told me about that program, and I told him that I would love to partner with them and actually direct some of those young people into their program. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Commissioner Sias.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Mitchell, I commend you on what you're doing. I just want to ask you one or two administrative questions. Have you filed your program as a nonprofit for here in the state of Georgia?
Staying Focused of Georgia is a nonprofit, and that's what we're using as our fiscal agent, and that's one of my business partners.
Okay, so y'all are up under that umbrella, correct?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure, because just to ensure that you got a great idea and you got a great thought there, but just to make sure you don't leave yourself out there liable in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And if this commission gives you a letter of support, it has to be for an organized and registered entity. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So just to make sure we're straight on those points as well. And I wish you the best, and I'll drop by your place a couple times here in the future and look at and have a conversation with you.
Anytime.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We'll get you that letter of support for sure, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank
you all.
you. Absolutely.
So is
Right, Miss-
that done by consensus, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, for the letter of consent
Yeah,
of support?
yeah, I think. Everybody good?
Yeah, long we have all the details, the name, make sure they register. He need to give that information to the clerk.
Okay, all right. We will seek that information before dispensing the letter.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Bonner, if we can do consent agenda?
Yes, sir. The consent agenda consists of item number 1.
All right, colleagues, what do we want to add?
Mr. Pro Tem,
Commissioner Bobby Williams, go ahead.
I want to put 4 on the consent agenda. Or 4.
Okay, without
Mr.
objection.
Of course you do.
Commissioner Dennis Williams.
If my colleagues would agree, I'd like to add item number 20, item 21, and 25.
I got a problem with 25. I got a problem with 4.
Where were you? All right. Anything else, Commissioner Dennis Williams?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Bill Fenoy.
Yes, I'd like to add item number 26, number 27, and 28.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Hold on. 26, 27, 28. That's without objection, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir.
All right, Commissioner Mary Davis.
Well, I was just going to mention 26 and 27. Ms. Bailey did just want to give a quick one sentence thing about that because it's a pretty big deal that she got these grants. And I agree to consent totally. But if you don't mind giving her maybe a personal point of privilege after we're done with this.
Okay.
Just to spread some good news.
There we go. If you can get her in the queue, appreciate it, Jeff.
And Mayor
All
Pro
right,
Tem, I do have a couple of requests.
Okay, go ahead.
Could we consent item 1, item 19, item 22,
I have a statement.
I'm sorry,
on
I
20.
said 1, I meant 2.
2. That's what I was about to say. Did you mean 2?
Sorry about that. The first item on that, yeah.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I think 22 was added. I'd just like to make a comment about that moving forward.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let me see. Is there any objections to Commissioner Mary Davis's request?
I need some information. I'm not against item 2, but I do need to.
All right, just pull it off. We'll pull it off. All right. And then Commissioner Hassan, what was your comment on 22?
Well, just on 22, and I think this goes back to last time we gave something to Payne as well. When we get these requests from the city around laptops and things of that nature, I think rightfully so, some of them are starting sometime with our IT department. I wouldn't say rightfully so, but they're starting there. Then they're up in the mayor's office, but nobody ever refers them to the administrator. And so I think when they make those conversations, I think the administrator ought to be informed of these processes, because here it looked like the person reached out to IT, and IT recommended the mayor, and then so as a result of that is on here. But I think the administrator needs to be in those processes around this information, because I think the same thing happened when we donated to Payne as well.
Ms. Bonner, can you send out kind of like a statement about that, or a reminder that we need to make sure that all parties are involved in that process?
Yes, sir.
Moving forward, thank you. Okay, so next up we have Commissioner Clark.
Okay, I'd like to add items 23, 24, and 25.
25's already off the table. 25's already had an objection.
Okay. And delete item 8. It is already being taken care of.
Okay. Is there any objections to 23, 24, and 8 being deleted? No. Commissioner Fenoy.
He didn't say delete all of them. He said delete.
I said number 8 being deleted. Number 8 being deleted. Commissioner Fenoy.
Would like to consent item number 38, number 39, and number 40.
Number 38, okay, 39 and 40.
Yes.
Without objection?
I don't know. Y'all hustle mighty fast now. I mean, you know, you when you finish one, you're calling another. And I'm trying to catch up with the people who
Are
already
you
called
against,
back.
Commissioner Marion Williams, are you against 38, 39, or 40?
I'm trying to look at him, Mayor Pro Tem. Hey, y'all to give me some time here. We just hold them all.
Take your time.
We got time.
Well, I'm trying to keep up, Mayor. They're trying to rush me now. I'm the old dog. I ain't the young.
You're not a hunter, right?
I go back to number 8 now. I got some issue with number 8. I want to discuss that.
It's being deleted.
It's being deleted. It's being deleted. Yeah.
So we're not gonna have that discussion then.
Well, if you object to it being deleted.
Well, it's on the agenda now. I mean, we can't just delete it. Like I said, I got some questions with number 8.
All right, we're not going to delete it.
That'll be off the table.
Okay.
All right, now that last group was called with what? Mayor Pro Tem?
38,
38. Okay.
39, and 40.
38, 39, and 40. All right, I ain't got no
Okay.
problem with that.
Commissioner Garrett?
Thank you. I'd like to add 31, 33, 34, 35, and 43.
That's 31, 33, 34, 35, and what?
43.
43. 31, 33, 34, 35, and 43. Is there any objections to any of those?
31, 33. What is 33, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem? I haven't had an objection, but you're talking about approving the CSX.
It's a temporary right of entry agreement with the railroad.
Entry agreement where? Where that entry agreement at?
It's in your book on item 33.
Let's just pull it off. Let's keep moving, pull it off. We'll pull it off. We have a discussion. Commissioner.
Behind Lily Tulip.
Yeah.
Got to do some work back there. And so that's what they need to get back there.
Yeah, just giving them access.
Okay, you can pull that off. I mean, I got no problem with that.
All right, we're good. That one, 33 is on consent. And then Commissioner Sias.
Thank you. I'd like my colleagues to consider for consent the following items, and I'll start with number 9. Give everybody time to get there. All right, want to request item 9, item 10, item 12, item 13.
Got a problem with 12.
Is that everything, Commissioner Sias? 9, 10, and 13. 9, 10, and 13.
Now I'm gonna flip the page now. I got a couple more on the backside.
Okay.
15. 16. 'That's it there.
15 and 16.
Yeah.
Any objection to 15 or 16? None noted. All right. Is there anyone else that has anything they'd like to add to the consent agenda?
I'd like to add item number 18.
18.
Okay.
Objection to that one? Yeah, objection.
That was Ms. Bonner. That was Ms. Bonner.
Nah,
Agreeing. Okay.
I'll claim the objection.
all right.
Miss Bonner thought it was funny.
No. I was just No, I thought that was funny because it took Commissioner Fenoy a while to get there. That's what.
Yeah. Ms. Bonner, if you could read back all the agenda consent items and deleted items for us so we all are on the same page.
Yes, sir. And I'm just asking, I didn't know if they wanted to consider item 3 on the addendum agenda from the airport, but if not, to be added.
I will ask for that one.
Y'all good with that one? Does anybody object to number 3?
Yes.
For the airport.
Yeah.
Working on the runway.
No objection.
Okay. All right. Our consent agenda will consist of items 1, items 9, 10, 13, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 33, 34, 35, 38.
The 3 went on there. What? Yeah, well, go ahead.
Okay.
You good.
Okay, 38, 39, 40, 43, and item number 3 on the addendum agenda.
The only other one is number 4. Approved 4.
Mr. Marion Williams objected to that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, but that was the company that bid on it. So go ahead.
Okay.
Move to approve, Mayor Pro Tem.
Got a motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second from Commissioner Sias. Ms. Bonner, if we could please vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Clark?
Yeah.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franham?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Thon?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams? Mr. Marion Williams?
Dennis, you're muted, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Mr.
Sorry
Dennis
about that.
Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Marion
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Okay. That motion carries unanimous.
All right, Ms. Bonner, if we could call on Ms. Lynn Bailey to discuss, looks like 26 and 27 and how all that went. I think she's with us.
Yeah.
Hello, Ms. Bailey.
Hey, Mayor Pro Tem. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Okay. So Commissioner Davis is exactly right. We have some really exceptionally good news. You know, it's not often that the Board of Elections comes to you telling you that we are giving money, but here we are. About a month or so ago, we applied for a grant. The funding for the grant was provided by a CEO of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, and his wife. They donated $250 million for counties to use for whatever they needed, basically to provide safe and secure elections for November. So the date line on that is expenditures between June the 15th and December the 31st. So they made the donation to a very respectable nonprofit who then made that opportunity available to counties. So we applied for the grant here in Richmond County and were notified on Friday that we received full funding in the amount of in excess of $386,000. So we are thrilled at that opportunity. And I think what it's going to allow us to do is to meet with the finance department over the next week or so. And the monies then, some part of the monies that were approved for the Board of Elections through CARES Act can now be repurposed for other needs that I'm sure the city has. So this new grant will cover only from June the 15th and through December 31st. So we'll be able to pull those expenditures out of the CARES Act funding. So that's great news. Along those same lines, if I may, I'll just continue to the next grant. So the next grant is in the amount of $15,000, and this grant was made available by the Georgia Secretary of State's office. I think it's through Help America Vote Act funding. But we were able to, it was a bit of a matching grant, but still we were reimbursed $15,000 for things that we were going to need anyway, like security cages for the new equipment and magnifying devices, stanchions to help divide traffic up inside the polling places, extension cords, things that we needed to buy. So that funding has now come in as well. So we're just very pleased to inform you all of those two grant opportunities. And we certainly are busy here in the elections office, I can say that.
Yeah. And Ms. Bailey, just want to, on behalf of the commission and the community, just thank you for what y'all have done. I know 2020 has been the most trying year of your career, I'm sure, and you're still not done another 30 days or so, but just thank you for all you've done. And just as a testament to your organization here to get these grants, and we appreciate all that you're doing.
Well,
good
you're
luck
welcome.
the next 30 days.
Thank you for those kind words. And good luck to you all as well.
All right.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir.
We go top down.
Yes, sir. We started item number 2.
I'm pretty sure we're supposed to skip all around.
Motion to approve rehabilitate runway 826 contract with Reeves Construction in the amount of $2,283,980.30 funded through the 2021 GDOT and potentially CARES funds. I think Commissioner Marion Williams had questions on that.
Commissioner Marion Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Reeves Construction has done a lot of work for this government. I'm wondering why, with an absorbent amount of money, no one else bid on this contract. I mean, I'm not saying it was done wrong. I'm just saying that's a big contract for nobody else to even consider. Is there any explanation as to why nobody else bid on it? Is it because it's too big for them, not big enough for them? And I guess it went through procurement like everything else does, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Is Ms. Sams in the, is it Ms. Sams or do we need, who, Dr. Malik, like who would this fall?
Judon.
Judon, I'm sorry. Let's see if I can get Judon in here. All right. Mr. Judon.
And I guess it went through procurement like everything else does.
Hey, Mr. Judon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Yeah, welcome. Did you hear Commissioner Marion Williams' question, sir?
I did. Yes, sir. This was actually an ITB, and there were multiple bidders. I believe there were 4 bidders for it, sir. And Reeves just happened to be the lowest responsive bidder on this, but there were multiple bidders.
Okay, Mr. John, that helps me a lot. I was thinking that there was a single bidder, the only bidder, but there was multiple bidders on this project, and he was the lowest.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I got no problem, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So
move for approval.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner Song.
Mr. Judon, and I can't remember the amount, if I'm correct at all. Did you receive some CARES funds for the airport?
Yes, we did, sir, back in the March, April timeframe. And it was, yes, we did.
So bottom line, when you say in the CARES fund, you're talking about money that was awarded to the airport when you're talking about the CARES fund.
Yeah, well, as it relates to this particular action, sir, this project is being primarily funded through the Georgia Department of Transportation, through the aviation, with what they call a 75-25 grant. So we have to match 25% of it. And at the time when we initially initiated this, we were contemplating possibly using CARES Act funds, but we're actually going to end up using airport funds for the 25% match.
Okay. I just want to make, either way, I was just saying either way, the CARES Act was the money, CARES that you had in hand and not necessarily we had in hand. Okay, thank you.
All right, we got a motion. Can I get a second? You both said.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis? She muted, sir.
Here she comes.
Yes,
She's
ma'am.
good.
Okay, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. Is he muted? Did I hear him,
He's
an attempt?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
here.
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Next agenda item?
Okay, that would be item number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Walton is in the chamber, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, with the applicant.
Good afternoon. We have one alcohol item today. It's alcohol number 20-36. It's a request by Christopher White for an on-premise consumption liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Taco Cat Paul Ramonel located at 990 Broad Street. This application has been approved by the Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office. There were no objectors to this application.
Can the applicant state is he in the chambers?
Hi.
Hers.
153 Summer Lake Drive, North Augusta, South Carolina.
All right.
Move for approval.
Got a question for Ms. Walton.
Okay. Got a motion second. Commissioner Marion Williams.
Got a question for Ms. Walton.
Okay, Ms. Walton?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Walton, I think you said that this has been through the Sheriff Department, planning and zoning, and meets all the guidelines. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do we check, not with this applicant, but with other ones, about the license we give out as far as the parking concern and it meets all the parking guidelines?
Well, this location is on Broad Street, but yes, we do so.
Okay, and my question, I'm not really questioning this one. My question was, there are several businesses that we are issue a license to that don't have adequate parking, and we're not following it up. So I just thought I would ask that question here. I'm not opposed to this one being on Broad Street. There should be enough walking distance and everything else. So this is not in question, but I did want to mention that to you. I think we got a motion to approve, right, Mr. Member Tim?
We got a motion and a second. Commissioner Bill Fenoy.
Yes, would you ask the applicant to spell their last name for me, please?
Can you come a little bit closer and spell your?
Okay.
Right.
WIGHT.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, who seconded that? I have Mr. Dennis Williams.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Number
Okay.
3,
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
to approve. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much.
That would take us to item number 5.
4.
Motion to approve the exit lane security equipment from Record USA, which is a sole source purchase of $110,000.
Miss
Oh, we
Bonner.
deleted that.
Miss Bonner.
That was deleted.
Yes, sir.
Bonner, number 5 was deleted. I thought number 4 was not on consent.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Number
5
4,
deleted.
there were questions. Yeah, number 5 was deleted. You're right. Okay, number 4, motion to approve Johnson LaShover and Associates for the architectural engineering design services for the new Henry H. Brigham Community Center.
Commissioner Marion Williams.
Yeah. I guess my question would be, I'm not against the center, but when do we approve getting his architect to go ahead and start to work on this?
We approved last year, a new
Yeah.
building. I'm not sure. Jarvis, do you? Administrator Sims, do you know the timeline?
I do know it was last year. I can't think of the month. I have Director McDowell available if you'd like to get more details. You can bring him in.
Well,
Do you want me to bring him in?
Yes, please.
no, don't do that. I'm just trying to remember on when we approved the new facility, coming up with our SPLOS monies now. We hadn't approved the SPLOS, so we got the money already to do this already at Henry Brigham. Now I know when Commissioner Bobby Williams came on, that's when the conversation started talking about a new facility. I'm figuring out how the list gets started and how we get to where we need to get at.
Funding is coming. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, can I?
Yes, ma'am.
The agenda item indicates that the funding is coming from SPLOS 7.
Correct.
Funding come from
Not SPLOS 8.
That's correct.
So the money's in SPLOS 7 for the new construction, or just, I mean, I'm trying to get a handle on it.
That's what it's indicating.
Can I help him, Commissioner?
If I may?
Hold on. Let's let.
Oh, go ahead.
McDowell, go ahead.
Commissioner Mary Williams, last November the 8th, the commission repurposed the $11 million that Parks and Recreation had. And in that repurposing, $6 million was allocated to the Henry Brigham Center. So this is part of SPLOS 7 reallocation by this body. And this is one of those projects. This money here, this agenda item here, is actually the design money to begin the design work that's needed prior to us being able to go out for construction.
Okay, but it's reprogram money.
Yeah, so
right?
basically the commission last November repurposed the $11 million that Parks and Recreation had. And one of those projects was the $6 million allocated for Henry Brigham Community Center.
What's the other projects which come out of that money as well?
I don't have the list in front of me. I can get that to you ASAP. It's just a matter of me email it to you, and I can email it to Ms. Bonner so she can give it to the entire body if that's appropriate.
Okay, man, no problem. I missed that one, so no problem. Motion to approve.
Got a motion. Can I get a second? Got a motion and a second from Commissioner Hassan. Ms. Bonner, if we could please vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Son?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis Williams? And I didn't hear, is Dennis Williams muted, sir?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes.
That's unanimous.
All right, thank you. Next agenda item, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir, that would be item number 6.
Correct.
Okay, that would be motion to approve SD Clifton contract baggage handling system in the amount of $2,346,083 for the Augusta Regional Airport.
Motion to approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Voting, please. Ms. Bonner?
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Noy?
Yes.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. And let's see, that was Mr. Dennis Williams and Mr. John Clark. Okay.
Next agenda item, please, ma'am.
And that would be item number 8. Discuss plant and shrubs around city and tree growths within St. Parks and Recreation.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I thought I deleted that.
Yeah, it was objected. So can you kind of give your 2 cents and on it, and then I'll give it to Commissioner Marion Williams.
Okay, the only thing is I had some complaints about trees and what have you growing up out of the center of the bushes and the shrubs down there, and it looks bad. But the general maintenance of it is good. I talked with our Parks and Recreation Director, and he is taking care of it. So that's the reason why I was going to pull it off.
Okay, Commissioner Marion Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Like Commissioner Clark, I'm in favor of supporting the rec department, but there's a lot of areas around the rec department, and you take Burning Ward. We was out there with the street naming the lot on the side of the park that belong to the city. Trees have grown up into the vegetation you can't see. It's very dark. I mentioned to the park director as well, and I know he hadn't had time to get to that yet. But there are a lot of wild vegetation, I call it, that's growing around our parks. Our parks ought to be clean and clear. We spend a lot of money on a lot of things, but this particular area at Burning Ward is really in need. And I think the Parks and Recreation would agree. I pointed out to him when we was out there naming the street after the young man that lost his life with the incident we had at Burning Ward. But I don't think that's been corrected yet. I think we need to keep that on the radar. That's why I didn't want it to go by, but I at least continue to discuss this. And the Parks and Rec want to share in that conversation and fine. If not, we just keep it moving and make sure they understand that we're going to be looking at that.
Okay. Any other discussion on this topic? Commissioner Garrett.
Yes, in regards to Parks and Rec, I just wanted to kind of support what Commissioner Clark said, that I've seen some great progress made since Maurice has taken over there. I'm impressed by the attention to some of the areas that have been problems throughout our city. So I'm looking forward to that department continuing to improve. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Totally agree as well on that. Thank you. Ms. Byer, we're going to move forward and receive this as information without a vote.
Without objection.
Yeah, is there any objection to that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I need to back up. In my haste, I overlooked item number 7.
Okay.
Item 7 is a motion to approve amending the taxi cab rate card to include transportation services tax that was recently approved by the Georgia General Assembly under House Bill 105. The rate card will become effective upon approval and will remain in effect until reset by the commission.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second from Commissioner Dennis Williams. Commissioner Marion Williams.
What does that mean? It will remain in effect until the reset by the commission. I mean, how did that work?
Mr. Rob Sherman is available, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep, let's let Rob answer that. Get him in here real fast. Rob, you're coming in. Here you come. Mr. Sherman, can you hear us?
Yes.
Did you hear Commissioner Marion Williams' question?
No, I did not.
Commissioner Marion, if you could please repeat your question.
Yeah, Rob, it said remain in effect until reset by the commission. What does it actually mean when you say reset by the commission?
So the commission sets the rate card. Typically, the taxi companies will come to you and ask that the rates be increased. The commission approves the rate card, and then that's posted in their taxi cabs. What this is doing, this recent House bill, it's created the transportation services tax. So for each trip, there's a 50 cents tax. And if it's a shared trip, it's 25 cents. And then at the same time, they deleted the requirement for the to collect the sales tax, the local and state sales tax. This will apply not only to taxi cabs and to the limousines, but it will also apply to the rideshare network services, the online hotel services that also coordinate the rental of vehicles. So this will be in effect until you
change
it.
Okay, so Rob, what's that? What about the Ubers and stuff like that? Would that affect them as well, or that's something that we don't control?
It does affect them. So whenever a rideshare network, Uber or Lyft or one of those coordinate a ride, the 50 cents fee is included in that ride, or 25 cents, whatever it may be. And so the Uber or Lyft, the rideshare services collect the fee and then in turn pay it to the revenue department for the state.
Okay, and do you have a way of monitoring that? Do we have a way of knowing? Or we just it's on a.
Well, we do not, but the state will. The state will monitor it.
Okay, all right. So move, Mr.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner from Commissioner Dennis Williams, I think, seconded it.
Okay, and that's Mr. Son had a motion.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Dennis Williams. Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy? Is he muted, sir?
Yes, ma'am, he's muted. Give him just a second.
Yes.
Mr. Franham?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Son?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. I like that rhythm and blues tune, Commissioner Bobby.
All right.
I need to mute.
Who is that?
And you had your test done on September 28th. Okay, now.
All right. Ms. Bonner, we moving on to the next one?
Yes, sir, and that would be item number 11.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Nancy Glaser is in the chamber.
Okay.
Item number 11 is to consider a request from the Augusta Museum regarding SPLOST 7 allocation.
Good afternoon.
Ms.
Give you a
Glaser, if you
backstory of this. The museum does have and has been included in the SPLOST 7.
Ms. Glaser, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Not a problem. Nancy Glaser, I'm with the Augusta Museum of History, 560 Reynolds Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901. The Augusta Museum of History was included in SPLOST 7 for $1 million. This project was bid out and it came in well over, it was close to a little over $2 million when the bids came in. At that point, I sat back with a couple of my staff and we looked at what had to be done to bring it into scope, and we came up with the new projections. My request to you all is that we would like to be able to rebid it through procurement with the adjustments that we have made. We've actually cut back on our square footage, which is almost an automatic reduction. We have put a number of alternatives, such as the paint booth, the fumigation room, the card readers for collection storage, the dust collector, and a mezzanine for the wood shop. So with those reductions, we feel like we can bring it within budget of the 1 million. And what I'm requesting today is for your all's permission to go and rebid this through procurement.
So move.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, Ms. Bonner, if we can go to voting.
Mr. Clark,
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy.
He's muted.
Muted.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams. Muted, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
That takes us to item number 12. Motion to approve conducting the final 2020 commission meeting on December 1st, 2020.
Commissioner Sias.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Hey, it's been a long year. We've had dealt with a lot of issues this year. COVID, our employees have been really on edge. So this is just a suggestion. I spoke with several of them. They had no what you want to call director. So they said that would be a good deal for them. So just to see if we can conduct our last meeting of the year in December, and then look forward to 2021.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Bonner, when is our normal last meeting of the year?
That would be the second meeting in December.
Right. And, you know, that's kind of what concerns me about this is why would we change that? I'm sure there will be business that we need to do in December. And I would hate to just make this decision this early. I mean, we're still 2 months out from that date, and, you know, we don't know whether anything will come up, and I would hate to have to call a special called meeting to handle something if it did come up.
Okay. Commissioner Marion Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I've got no problem with that, but that if we did that, that would end my term early, so I wouldn't be completing my 8 year. I could run again, I guess. So I'm in support. Those are the rules now. Those are
You
the
want us to
rules.
vote on it?
Yeah. Let's vote on it. I can vote support that, and I can turn around and run again.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Commissioner Sias.
I'm gonna see how many y'all vote for it.
On behalf of what my colleague from the A said, when I mentioned that I had spoke to several of the directors, I don't want to say key directors, but I just asked them, would they have any issues with getting all their final year stuff in by that particular meeting? And all of them said that wouldn't be a problem. If in case, whether we had 2 meetings or whatever, if that was an emergency need, that would still come up could be a special meeting could be called. So it's not just something that you picked out the air, but I questioned many of the key department heads and asked them would that interrupt what they do or could they have it done. I received no objection from any of them, and they said they could work easy with that. And they need to know a good distance out. That was why it's there now, and they can plan for it. And I got that from them. Gotcha. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Mary Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I just ask them, and I'm in favor of it if we can conduct all the business before then. Can we ask the administrator his thoughts on this, please? Because I know Commissioner Sias has talked to some department heads, but I want his thoughts too.
Sure.
Please.
Thank you for asking, Commissioner Davis. I'm not opposed if we decided or you all decided to move the date to December 1st. It would allow the directors to go ahead and make sure we have identified all of the agendas now and be ready for that deadline. So I don't have any objection to that date, December 1st.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, can I also ask the clerk?
Sure.
If that would interfere with any of their business out of her office?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I think we can work with that.
All right,
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes, refresh my memory when we're going to start back committee meetings.
That has not been determined yet.
Okay.
Commissioner Marion Williams.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, my question would be, the government we shut the government down after December the 1st, the government will still be open, because when you handle the city, the people's business, you can't determine what's coming up, what's not coming up. Our department heads don't make that decision about whether they want to get their stuff together or not. They work for this government because we are the elected body for this government to handle whatever business that may be. So I don't understand that. That ain't got nothing to do with department heads. That'll be the last one considered in this event. It's about whether or not the government will be functioning, or we gonna shut down everything and close it. So either way, it's fine with me. But I just want to know, what are we looking at? Because those functions don't belong to the department head. Belongs to this body here.
I mean, I want to get my 2 cents on this. I mean, I'm fine with it, with the understanding that if we need a special call meeting or an executive session, then we do it, because executive sessions sometimes need to happen based on things going on in the government. So as long as we have an open mind of that, then I don't see a problem with it. As long as we have
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
it's just the last scheduled meeting. That doesn't mean we shut down and we stop. It'll just be the last scheduled meeting. Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Fenoy, you good?
No.
Was that Commissioner Hassan who made the motion? I had Ms. Davis.
Sias and Davis. Commissioner Sias and Davis.
Mr. Sias, okay. Number 12. Okay, Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Ms. Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy.
Yes.
Mr. Franum.
Yes, ma'am.
Garrett.
No.
Mr. Sun.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries 9-1 with Mr. Garrett voting no.
Commissioner Williams, you get to retire early.
No, I get to run again. I get to run again.
Okay, Ms. Bonner.
Okay, we will head now to item number 14. Motion to approve one emergency rehabilitation project.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Voting.
Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Ms. Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy.
He's muted.
Yes.
Mr. Franum.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item number 17. Motion to approve housing and community development request to procure 3 associate real estate brokers with an agreement for 1 year with 2 annual renewals at the option of Augusta, Georgia. An associate real estate broker is an individual licensed as a real estate broker, but works in the capacity as a salesperson for another responsible broker that provides real estate sales and marketing services in the Laney Walker, Bethlehem area.
All right, Commissioner Sias.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm gonna ask Mr. Welcher if he could bring this back in the next meeting. We just want to have a little bit more discussion on a couple things about this. And this is just a request I'd like to ask him to bring that back at the next meeting.
Second.
Welcher, you good with waiting till the next meeting? Are you good, Mr. Welcher?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we got a motion and a second to bring it back in 2 weeks to us.
Can we do that without objection, sir? Without?
Is that without objection, Commission? Yes, ma'am, it's that without.
Okay.
All
That
right.
takes us to item number 18.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve the erection of a memorial wall at Riverwalk in honor of Augustans who lost their lives to COVID-19.
Commissioner Fenoy.
Everybody's aware of the losses that have taken place in Augusta as a result of COVID-19. This is something that the world have not seen in over 100 years. I'm quite sure that everybody on the commission knows of someone that have lost their lives. And because this is an event that happens every 100 years, I think that we ought to have a memorial wall to remember those that lost their lives as a result of this virus. And I think that the Riverwalk would be an excellent place to have it. There is and the Augusta Arts Council has agreed to help come up with something that's appropriate for us to approve if we decide to move forward with it.
Commissioner Sias?
Yes. I just want to say, a reference to this idea, I support it. However, I support it in a slightly different manner. I think it's real admirable that Commissioner Fenoy has brought this idea to the table, but I will ask us to consider one other way of doing this. Number one, everyone may not agree to have their name put there, and so that would have to be cleared by anyone before we put anybody's name up there. So I think it would be, if we could consider a virtual wall that could be located on our website or displayed on any other that can be put on other websites as well, coming from the city. So if we had a virtual memorial wall, it could easily add names, change if somebody decided they didn't want the name of the relative, decide that, because this is a very sensitive subject as well. So I just think we should consider a virtual wall where it will be much less expensive to maintain and much more versatile. So that's my thought there. I support the idea. I just hope we could consider a virtual wall. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Fenoy?
Yes, I like the idea of getting consent, but I think that 50 years from now, people need to know what happened in the world in the year 2020, and to have a wall that you could look and see and touch and feel, and have supporting documentation about what happened in the year 2020 and the people who lost their lives in the year 2020 as a result of this virus would be more appropriate. I want to see something that's gonna be here for to the end of time.
Commissioner Mary Davis?
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. First of all, I'm not sure you can even get names because of the HIPAA law in the medical industry. Second of all, I don't support necessarily a wall with names. I think that what we could think about is a historical marker at some point, just to talk about what happened as far as world deaths, national deaths, Georgia, local. That might be something, a small just acknowledgement of it. But that's all I could even think about right now for this. But I mean, of course, we're all upset with anybody who's been sick with this or passed away. But as we know, again, I don't even know how you would get names for that. But just something to think about, maybe down the road, some kind of a plaque.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. What's the pleasure of the commission today?
Motion to approve.
Okay. There's no second.
Well,
I second it. Nobody else will.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Commissioner Mary Davis.
I second it.
Are you second his motion?
Yeah, I second it.
You seconded Commissioner Fenoy's motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mary Davis?
Let's just go ahead and vote.
Okay.
That's fine.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, hold on a sec. So what are we approving?
We're approving how it states on agenda item 18.
What does it
Voting
say?
on it.
Erection of a memorial wall at Riverwalk.
He did say he was gonna bring it back, so.
Oh, you gonna bring it back? I'm sorry. That's what we voted on?
Well, that's what's, I'll let Commissioner Fenoy speak. He said he was gonna get the assistance of the Augusta Arts Council with the design that they bring back if you're in support of this.
Yeah.
I ain't for the arts. I'm taking my second back. I own the Arts Council.
Wow. Okay, so we don't have a second on Commissioner Fenoy's. Okay. Commissioner Mary Davis.
Make a motion to receive his information today.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to receive his information. Is that without objection, or do we want to vote?
Without objection.
Without objection. Okay.
Yeah, I object.
All right, Ms. Bonner. Ms. Bonner will go ahead and vote to receive his information.
Mayor Pro
Mr.
Tem.
Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
No.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett, Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams, and Mr. Marion Williams. Is Mr. Dennis Williams muted, sir?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
I was a no as well.
Yeah, I was trying to get in because I had a question.
We can't see you.
You can't, but okay.
I couldn't see you.
But couldn't Commissioner Fenoy bring back the plans once he gets with the Art Council?
He
can
absolutely
still-
can now.
He could still bring
Yeah.
it back. Okay.
He absolutely can.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Mr. Garrett is out, right, sir?
No, he said no.
Muted?
Yes, ma'am. He's muted.
Okay. Mr. Garrett, are you voting to receive this as information?
No,
No? Okay.
that was
motion-
my vote was a no.
Okay.
I was trying to support Commissioner Fenoy.
Oh, okay.
I'll be voting for you in a couple of.
I hear we're gonna be neighbors.
There you go.
He's trying to get a vote, y'all.
That motion carries with Mr. Fenoy and neighbor Garrett. No.
All right. Are we moving on to, are we at 25?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Motion to approve the award of bid education equipment from the Augusta Fire Department to Municipal Emergency Service in the amount of $118,000.
Commissioner Marion Williams, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you objected to this one?
Yeah, I did.
What?
Okay.
Look, I object to that. I wanted to get some more information about the 118,000. I think that what was the total amount, Ms. Bonner?
$118,000. That's it.
So
Education equipment.
can somebody tell me? I mean, out of all the equipment we done bought for the fire department, again, here we are now spending another $118,000. with what been already spent, what the equipment we already got. I don't understand. We bought a command station. We done bought all kind of stuff. Are we just buying stuff for what? Nobody shows me the need for this equipment. Is anybody here to address that?
Who can speak to this?
Well, what it says is extra is get folks out of vehicles when they stuck in there in a wreck.
The fire chief is available to speak on this.
Okay, let me get Chief James in. James, here we come. All right, Chief James. Who can speak to this? Chief James.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Can you mute the live feed?
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Did you hear Commissioner Marion Williams' question?
Yes. This is extrication equipment. The extrication equipment that we have on our apparatus are old, and we needed to update the equipment so that we had equipment that was strong enough to cut through the A and B post on the new vehicles.
Motion to approve.
Okay, hold on. Commissioner Marion Williams, he's still got questions, right?
Yeah, I'm asking the chief a question because he sounded like the new vehicles are made steadier than the old ones. And I certainly disagree with that now, but he's saying that the stuff we had wasn't strong enough to cut through the new stuff, but it could cut through the old stuff. Is that right?
Yes, sir. They reinforce some of the posts in the vehicles, and the equipment that we're purchasing is a more mobile, where they can get off the road and cut cars open. We put a committee together. The committee went and researched what extrication equipment that was best because our equipment was old, and we budgeted in our budget. It was approved for purchase in the budget last year for 2020, and now we're moving forward with those purchases.
Well, I'm not even supportive. I'm not saying you had a vote to get this equipment, Mr. Chief, but I totally disagree with that myself. And I think that we got to be mindful about how we're spending the taxpayer dollars. So my motion to, well, I won't make a motion. I just leave it like that. I can't support it, but I won't make a motion.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to this, but I do have one question to answer my curiosity. With all of the bidders bidding on the same specs for the equipment, why did the bid go to the highest bidder?
Mr. Chief James?
The bid went to the lowest responsive bidder that had all of the equipment.
I don't think that was it.
Are you looking it up, Mr. Clark?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were the overall lowest bidder.
Meeting specs.
Any other questions, John?
No, that was it.
Okay. We had a motion from Commissioner Sias, and I didn't get a second yet, or I didn't hear one.
Second.
Commissioner Benasan, welcome back to the mayor. I've got a motion second, Ms. Bonner, and then I'm turning it back over to the mayor.
Mr. Clark, are we voting, sir, before you leave?
Yeah. Yeah, yes.
Okay, Ms. Davis? She muted?
She's out.
Mayor? She's gone? Okay. Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franham?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That motion carries with Ms. Davis out and Mr. Marion Williams voting no.
All you, Mr. Mayor.
I thought the mayor pro tem was doing such a fantastic job. I was going to sit and I was going to vote instead of you voting.
Good.
You did good job.
All right, Madam Clerk, I guess we'll go to item number 29.
All right. Item 29, discuss employees' time clock procedures, rules, and tracking.
Commissioner from the 10th and then the 8th.
Thank you. The concern that was brought up is that the employees of Augusta Richmond County can clock into any facility that they happen to be close to. And there has been some, I would say discussion about people that did not work in the municipal building, clocking in at the municipal building and then going on to their work assignments or their workplace. And trying to find out some information about this, we discovered that the employees can clock in at any of the time clock locations. They can also log into the website and clock in. So they really don't even have to be physically on premise of anything to clock in. And we asked a question, did it have a tracking device on it, or did you track a location of where somebody clocked in, even on a computer or their cell phone internet? And the answer, I think, was yes, but how often is that checked? How often are the clock in, clock outs checked for accuracy? Because the way it stands, you could possibly clock in and clock out and never even show up to work that day. So we're just wondering what kind of securities are in place to prevent those things.
Commissioner from the 10th and the 8th, let's yield for a minute. I think this is, certainly interesting conversation. Let's kick to the administrator to speak to what you just posed, Commissioner from the 10th, and then I'm going to come to the Commissioner from the 8th. Administrator Sims. A minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you hear what the Commissioner from the 10th iterated about security? Yes.
I did. Mayor and commissioners, I also have our finance director as well as our HR director, both that are here to talk about this matter.
Okay.
Unless there is a issue that we're not aware of about employees improperly signing in or something of that nature, we're not aware of any misuse of employees clocking in. Our employees utilize the time clocks that are available to clock in. Finance Director Williams did email Commissioner Clark about our employees have the opportunity to clock in various time clocks. We are also monitoring and making sure that if there is any type of improper use of clocking in, that is addressed. So unless they are aware of something that we're not, we don't have an issue with this.
All right, let's do this. Commissioner Garrett, I'll let you go ahead and pose your concern, and then Director Williams, we're going to come back to you, okay? That way you can hopefully answer all questions that may be out there. Thank you, Administrator Sims.
No problem.
Thank you, Mayor. As Commissioner Clark stated, this is just kind of a eye-raising issue that was brought to our attention. Some have said that this was brought into effect because of COVID, but it's my understanding that this was happening beforehand, before COVID began. And really, I think the ideal solution to this is just to make sure that when people are logging in from their cell phones, that they have their location service turned on, so at least the time clock system is pinging where they're at to make sure that we can account that they are actually at work.
I'm not aware of employees logging in on a cell phone, Commissioner Garrett.
Well, this is told to us directly from our HR director, and she's the one that informed us that this is what was taking place.
Administrator Sims, if you could, I don't see Ms. Rooker in the waiting room, but if you could prompt her so that we can bring her on, I think it'd certainly be appropriate for her to chime in on this. I'm not sure if this is a finance question at this point.
Well, the reason why we had finance, because Ms. Rooker, as you're aware, is new to our organization, and Ms. Williams, our finance director, is very familiar with the clocking in matter.
Okay. Director Williams. Okay.
Okay. I'm not familiar with the conversation between Ms. Rooker and Commissioner Garrett. I was asked the question by Commissioner Clark and began to check. When Augusta originally implemented this, the ADP system, the conditions were such that we were allowed to disable the cell phone access to clock in and out. When this question was posed, because finance does not administer the ADP contract, I'm just familiar with it, but we don't administer it. So I checked with IT to see if there were changes that I was not aware of. And today I was told that ADP processed an upgrade about 2 months ago, and that they had system-wide for all their users enabled the cell phone clock in and clock out, and we are unable to opt out of that. That being said, the IP address is always available to be checked. Like I explained to Commissioner Clark, there is a timestamp and there is information as to where those employees clock in and out, and any activity that is done. There's a complete audit trail within the ADP system. When the time cards are approved.
Can I ask you a question about that part of it, Ms. Williams? Do you know whether there's ever any audits actually done during that process?
Okay, as I was about to explain, the employee's time card goes through an approval process. Just because an employee enters a transaction does not mean that that transaction goes through the system. There are various levels of approval within the system where you have departmental timekeepers that are supposed to sign off on those transactions, as well as the employee themselves are able to go in and to certify that what they have entered, and it is in that employee's best interest, of course, to make sure that the hours that that show up on their time card are the ones that they're going to get paid for. So to see if they've missed a punch, etc. But the approval process is within the department to go through and to verify that those employees that have hours showing are the hours that are worked by their employees. I mean, that's not a real far-fetched idea, that the hours that the employee puts on there are checked at another level.
Dennis, your phone's ringing.
All right, so let's go to Commissioner from the first.
And Don, I don't know if you'll be able to answer this for me or not, but on the weekend, if we have a water something to break, we got a hole that needs a cone on the street, and we call an employee, do they go to building and clock in and then go to the job site, or how does that work?
Okay, so you're kind of getting outside of my level of comfort, but if the employee does not have the equipment that they need, if they have, just say it was a water main break and they had to go to the utilities department to get supplies, to get the truck, to get whatever, then they could clock in at that point. If they were because there are time clocks available in between 65 and 70 of our locations. Okay, so if they were unable to clock in, then they simply would inform their timekeeper, or their shift foreman could take care of it on the next day, and the timekeeper could enter that time that was worked. Okay. So there's always a fail-safe.
Ms. Williams, thank you. Ms. Rooker, if you'll go live, Ms. Rooker. Ms. Rooker, this is in reference to item number 29, employees' time clock procedures, rules, and tracking. The commissioners from the 10th and the 8th have posed a series of questions. And as we understand it, you've had some conversations with one, if not both of them. And would you speak to this matter, please? Thank you.
Yes, our clock in, clock out process is web-based, which means that employees can clock in from their cell phone or from a desktop somewhere other than where we have time clocks posted. So when I spoke to Commissioner Garrett, that is absolutely correct. You can clock in from your cell phone because it's web-based. All you need is the internet.
So, Ms. Ruckert, is there a way to implement?
Mr. Garrett, hold on.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, Commissioner Garrett, hold on one second. As we go through this, I want to make sure we get a chance to hear from everybody. All right, Administrator Sims, I saw your hands going up earlier. I want to get you first, and then I'll come back to you, Commissioner Garrett.
My only comment, Mayor, is that I was not aware our employees were clocking in using their cell phones. That's my only comment about that.
All right, very well. All right, Commissioner Garrett. All right, I'm going to try to recognize everybody. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Garrett, it's on you, sir.
Ms. Ruckert, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay. I guess the question that we're trying to ask, is there a way, and I know Ms. Williams has tried to explain that there's a system in place where they go through and check the time cards that are submitted. Is there a way to validate the location for those that log in via the internet on their phone?
I believe that there should be. I would have to go through ADP to find out how we could block that so that people would have to clock in at a particular location.
Is that something that, we could task you with doing and coming back with us with some information?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner from the 10th, do you have anything? Yes, sir, go ahead.
No, sir, I would just like to say that I agree with Commissioner Garrett that we'd like for her to check this information and come back to us with a little more detail on it and possible solutions as to preventing any fraudulent clock in and outs.
Okay, let me qualify this. We're having a broad public conversation around what I would perceive as multiple methods of how individuals could potentially clock in, because these are technology-based systems. And I would encourage folks not to assert or insinuate that fraud's taking place at this point without any audit process or any methods of having determined or ascertained that, especially in light of folks needing to understand how this technology works in terms of folks being able to clock in when they're working remotely. So let's just be tempered or measured in that, if we will. Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you 110% on that. Commissioner Garrett and I in no way are stating that that is happening. We're wanting to know how the safeguards and the way that it is administered is done. And therefore we agree that Ms. Rickert bring back some more information on it.
All right, so let me go a step further. Because these are technology-based systems, we brought everybody into the conversation, minus who I would refer to are as the key people, and that is our information technology folks. I see Reggie Horn on the call here, and Reggie, in all deference to y'all's team, you want to speak to this matter, sir?
Yes, sir, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. I think it'd be extremely prudent for you to speak on this matter.
So today we began to have some additional conversations with ADP regarding restrictions that can be put in place per the discussion. That conversation is ongoing with ADP. And at this moment, I don't have an answer for how we can limit clock in and clock outs only from city property. But we have raised that issue. I think we are moving that conversation forward. And so if it would be appropriate, I can speak with Ms. Rookard regarding what those options are.
It is absolutely appropriate for that conversation to happen. I think that's what Administrator Sims would encourage, that this collaborative team would work on this issue together and then report back to the commission.
Yes, sir.
All right, fantastic. All right, Madam Clerk, we'll receive this as information with the understanding that the action item is that the team of information technology, HR, and finance as necessary would report back to the commission in 14 days.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, we've got, as I understand it, items 30, 32, 36, 37, 41, and 42 left. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take on item number 42. Just go ahead and get that out of the way because several of these are related items when it comes to waste haulers and so forth. Let's deal with number 42. Go ahead and dispose of that matter.
42 is an update on the September 18th, 2020 stormwater meeting.
Commissioner from the 9th.
Yes, sir, right here, present.
Okay.
There was a meeting held, Mr. Mayor, and I'm the engineering service chairman, but I don't know what that meeting was about. Why was that meeting called? Why was I not even informed about it? I'd like to know the results of that meeting and what was the reason for it.
Okay. All right, Commissioner from the 1st.
Yes, the meeting was called because I had talked to Dr. Malik about whether or not there's a need to raise the stormwater fee because some of the services that the stormwater program was scheduled to provide is not really moving fast enough. And what Dr. Malik said is that the money that we have is sufficient, but some of the money that's collected for stormwater goes to the general funds. So I asked if I could meet with Dr. Malik along with finance, along with the administrator, the attorney, and the mayor, and to see if there's any way that we could get some of the money that's going into general funds going directly into the stormwater program.
Okay, if I can respond, Mr. Mayor. I understand the inquiry and the question that the commissioner had, but that's something the body has to decide. That's not what a group decides. That's not a hand-picked few that decide that we want to know, because this body, this governing body, all of us ought to be a part of that. As engineering chairman, and I guess that doesn't give me any powers, but at least the committee chair should have been invited along with any other commissioner that they wanted to be there. But we done got to the point now, we got a lot of these little side meetings, I call them, that we think we can maneuver some things around and get some things done. But the way to do it is to put it on this agenda or on the committee agenda so everybody will have an input. I took offense to it and I told Ms. Bond, I said, I heard about the meeting, but nobody called me as the engineering chair. You're talking about stormwater fee. This body was supposed to go back and look at the stormwater fee and readdress it if it was failing on one side or too much on the other side. We never did that. We have never done that. So I really took offense when I heard about the meeting that was called with the mayor, the engineering director, and all other parts involved, but the engineer chairperson was not involved. I didn't speak with the engineering director, not about this. I put it on the agenda, like we all ought to do, and quit trying to hold our own little courtrooms, our own little meetings in the back, and address it so everybody will be at the table at the same time.
Commissioner, from the 9th, if you go back to your agenda, item number 31, of which, again, under engineering services, says that we're going to start that review process, and if you brought back for additional discussion and comment. So you just said, put it on the agenda. I think that's being done. It's on the agenda. And,
but what you see, Mr. Mayor, what you're missing is it's on the agenda now because I placed it on the agenda. But you didn't had a meeting, and you was a president of the meeting, and it wasn't on the agenda. You was a part of the group that had the special meeting. But now you're saying, oh, put it on the agenda. That's where it should have been in the first place.
No, that's not what I said. I said that because conversations are happening, you have item number 31, which is getting to the real heart of it. And I appreciate the commissioner from the 8th for putting that on. And what you're asking for in your item on 42, you just asked for an update. And I think the commissioner from the 1st, the finance committee chairman, former engineering services committee chairman, he just gave you an update and said why he asked for that meeting. It was finance related, and it certainly was well within his right to be able to do it because it was a finance related question in terms of how do we handle stormwater fees? How do we do that?
Mr. Mayor, you're saying
well within his right to do that.
Listen, his right is no more than yours or mine. He can call any meeting he wants to, but when you're talking about an agenda item that I am the chairman of, engineering services, and talking about the stormwater monies, you can't have no separate meeting, Mr. Mayor. Now, we talked about this earlier, man. We almost finished. The Mayor Pro Tem did a good job, and I thought he was going to get out before you got back, but he didn't. And I'm sorry about that. But I'm telling you now, you can't have it both ways. You can have it one way or the other. You can't have it two ways now. Anything with two heads, anything with two heads is a monster. Anything with two heads is a monster, Mr. Mayor. That's
we're going to receive it as information, Commissioner.
With two heads. You don't call no meeting and then don't tell nobody else.
Yeah, we're going to receive it as information. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to go back.
Mayor.
All right, Commissioner from the 5th. To those of you who are on the meeting, do you mind showing your faces? I mean, if you're raising your hand, I can't hear you. I can't see you. Otherwise, you're just going to blurt out. So, Commissioner from the 5th, would you graciously just go back live if you don't mind, sir?
I'm not live.
No, sir.
Live then?
No, sir. We just hear you.
No, we ain't seen you the whole meeting.
Yeah.
Well, it's a technical difficulty over here then.
There's the operator. The operator, that's what technical comes in.
It's the operator.
The cat must be standing on the computer.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner from the 5th. State your inquiry.
I just wanted to make a statement. I know we got some items on here about the waste haulers, but I do think that the administrator has a workshop.
I can't see him, Mr. Mayor. I can't. I'm not muting nobody. I can't see. I can't see him, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
if he got technical equipment, this is a meeting.
Unplug your ears. Now, I ain't mayor now. Unplug your ears.
I can't see him, Mr. Mayor. I can't see the commissioner supposed to be talking, supposed to represent the district. He's not representing the district. He's not being seen. He's not being seen.
Okay. All right. I'm going to come back. Let's let the commissioner from the 5th get his technology working. The commissioner from the 2nd get his technology working.
Okay.
Y'all are in a public meeting. You're representing the city of Augusta, and you need to be visible. You need to be visible. Okay. All right. Hold on a minute, commissioner from the 5th. Just hold on a minute. I'm gonna recognize you in just a second. You're in a public meeting, and I'm gonna ask everybody to come back and to come on the screen. If you're not gonna do that, then do what I did and leave the meeting and come back until you're ready to be a part of the conversation. All right, commissioner from the 5th, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, I was just reminding you that the administrator has a workshop on the waste haulers. I understand we got a couple of things on the agenda about waste haulers. So I don't know if we should sit here and discuss it today when we're going to have a workshop on it.
I think you ought to make a motion to defer these. That's just my recommendation, but I'm going to let you decide how you want to proceed.
I will do that. I'll make a motion that we defer these until after the workshop.
Hey, one of the haulers is in the chambers that's willing to speak to 32 if we want to hear him.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Commissioner Garrett. I think you talked about 20 minutes they were going to come down to deal with the Utley issue, but I think it is prudent. You've got the work session that is being had. It'd be prudent for us to have a full-throated conversation at that time.
32 is a different item now.
All right. Commissioner from the 5th, which items are you referring to, sir?
I'm referring anything that refers to waste hauling. 32 is a different item, though. They want to talk about a supplement.
Yeah, I understand.
On 32.
No, boy, I tell you.
You've only got one item, 41, that's dealing with waste haulers, so we're not at that. I mean, we're not even at that point yet. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're receiving information, item number 42. That was the stormwater conversation. Item number 31 is related to that. And we're coming back to talk about that during the work session.
Can we get item 30?
Yep.
Kind of get back in order.
All right, hold on a minute, Commissioner from the 4th. All right, so Madam Clerk, item number 42, we received this information. Okay. All right. Without objection, item number 30.
Item number 30, motion to approve funding request to assist Greater Augusta's Interfaith Coalition Total Census Count Initiative to support census responses from hard to count citizens and support for 15 sites of activities for respondents of the local census count.
Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, sir. First, I have a couple of comments, but I would like to know if Mr. Johnson is in the chamber to make a presentation on this agenda item.
Yes, sir. There.
He's here.
Can we hear him and then I can get my say?
All right, so let's do this if you don't mind. Commissioner from the 6th, this is his agenda item. Let me recognize him first and then we'll go in that order, okay?
Right,
my apologies. You thought you had your hand up.
I apologize, my good friend from the 6th.
It's all right, my good friend from the 4th. I won't cut your head off this time.
Are we on C-SPAN?
Man, y'all being all sweet. That's kind of scary.
Commissioner from 6.
No, Mr. Mayor, since they're at the rostrum, I will go ahead and let them make their presentation. I'll make my comments afterwards. If you don't mind.
All right, Commissioner, Mr. Johnson, Reverend Johnson.
Yes, Negro.
Reverend Johnson.
Mr. Mayor,
Illiterate.
Georgia, to the commissioners, Richmond County, it's my joy to come before you again. I've been trying to get here. Every time I've been running late. Today I was running late. I want to make sure that I arrived on time and got caught today. And I thank God for you giving us a chance to appear before you. There's always been my position, if you arrive late for church, you don't go to the choir. So the other time I arrived late and I couldn't get in when the other representatives from Greater Augusta Interfaith were talking. I stand here today to say thank you for allowing us to come back to you again to request for support for the Greater Augusta Interfaith total census. We have been doing a lot of work in season and out of season. And thank God for COVID. COVID allowed us to expand the time that we initially were going to do the census all the way down to October 31st. COVID caused us to use some innovative ideas, innovative ways to try and capture the vote. To capture the census. We have used a lot of resources, both volunteer and as well as paid resources and equipment and team technology. We're grateful for the opportunity again to come and approach you to try and answer any questions that you may have and to try and get a good resolution.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir. I'm finished with my introduction.
Okay. Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson, first off, I want to commend y'all for the work that y'all have done in the census. And are y'all still working now that I believe the census has been extended back to its original end date of 31 October? Are you aware of that? Does that sound true to you?
We're aware of that, and as you very well know, as you go into the municipal building, courthouse, you go to South Augusta, you go all around, you see the Greater Augusta Interfaith continue to work. We have been working because we even work when everyone else has stayed inside. We've worked and we worked and we worked, and we thank God we're able to work.
Okay. All right.
In fact, I have on 3 masks. If you don't want to know, I have on 3 masks because I'm also concerned about PM 2.5, which is something that also caused some circulatory problems in us too, especially in the midst of this COVID, that the other diseases that are spread in the air. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Mayor, thank you for that. I might have a question later, but I'll have a proposal I like to put on the table. But I want to go get it out for the moment, and so my colleague from the 6th can get back to his agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
it. Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner from the 6th. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, like I said, this item's been on the agenda. I think this is possibly the 3rd time, if not the 4th. And I think, even though the organization has not had any success before the commission body, they have not stopped working. They've stayed the course. And I think they've been the most consistent thing in terms of giving with the census. We know how important the census is. It has a 10-year impact. And as a result of that, we'll do what we can to be supportive of them. And so I initially going to make a request financially, but I'll allow my colleague from the 4th to make it. I'll be supportive of that motion that he makes at this particular time. But I thank the Greater Augusta Interfaith Coalition for staying the course, because the census is important. And you at least said one thing, you have been consistent. So we appreciate that very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
By the way,
I didn't get a chance to change. I'm one of those working engineers. I have to, engineers that we call upon to do work at any time. We had a spike that was down that we've been at ever since 7 o'clock this morning. And, you know, we thought it'd be over by 12, but it kept going. So I just want to let you know I'm in my preacher outfit.
Reverend Johnson, thank you so much. All right, we got some more questions from commissioners. Commissioner from the 8th, then the commissioner from the 3rd.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for the gentleman that's speaking towards this item. You know, I appreciate the work that went into helping to get people counted. You know, I appreciate the fact that this was a volunteer effort. And to me, I'm just still trying to understand what the ask is for and what it's going to go towards. You know, were there paid employees? And if that's the case, then I guess it's really not a volunteer. So if you can help me understand a little bit of that, then maybe I can make a better decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. When we started out putting together focus for the upcoming census. Started last year in November last year. And we were all getting together, planning on getting together. In fact, we even went over there and met with the mayor's team, and we said we're going to try and get it done. We're going to try to have a group to hit the ground as soon as the census kick off, and we'll be able to knock the 2 months off without any problem. What happened, COVID kicked in, and as COVID kicked in, our volunteers went down. Our volunteers practically stopped because most of our volunteers are like me. You know, you got the young and the restless, then you have the old and the nervous. And most of our volunteers, we have all kind of medical problems, all of us over age, and so we had to cut back. And as a result of that, we had to still get the work done because, you know, the city shut down. The city resources could not move because of one purpose or another, and also the federal government people couldn't do it. But we knew that the clock was ticking. The clock kept on ticking because we knew that we had to get it in. We took it on, we had to get in because we had to reach the hard to count, because one of the concerns that we have with the Greater Augusta interface is we call it our total count, because we have a situation where a lot of the black males don't get counted. A lot of black with children minority with children don't get counted. Then a lot of cynical people. What I mean by cynical people, a lot of people that don't believe in government, don't want to have nothing to do with government, even though some of them work for the government. We have a site here, in the municipal building. If we don't pay our staff be in the municipal building, we want to have collected almost like 450 registrants here at the municipal building. So yes, we had to shift. We had to shift here like anyone else would do. We had to shift because when we looked around, Commissioner Garrett, when we looked around, there was nobody standing but us. In fact, this past weekend, the mayor's crowd had someone to call our office to see whether or not we can have somebody at the what was the group?
The MH2.
At the MH2 with the Shriners. They called the Greater Augusta interface to provide logistic and support for the collection of information at the census bureau. We have worked all over this place. And yes, some said, what about here and there? We're workaholic. We don't like to showboat, and we don't like to stand. In fact, we don't like to ask for much, because we spend more money than we actually ask for. We just say, look, we got to put our money back to where we robbed Peter to pay Paul. One thing about it, we couldn't put the voter registration people on the ground because it required too much of a person-to-person touch. So we had to make some shift. We hired specialists and all to work with us in order to get the job done, because when you look at the hard to count people, they have to work strategically to get the hard to count people counted. And if you look at the numbers, right now, Richmond County is up there at 60%. Look, and we can talk about how many people, the hard to count people, those people that come to you with a laptop in their hand, a smartphone in their hand, a computer that they sit at, and they don't want to sign nothing. They don't want to do anything. So what we do, we had to stop them and plead with them and say, look, this is about the future. This is about us. I mean, like I said, here at the
Reverend Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Reverend Johnson, the commissioner from the 8th asked you a specific question in terms of what.
I wanted to make sure you get the.
Hold on. He asked you a specific question in terms of what these resources are going to go towards. That was his question. Now, I'm going to qualify something you said, because you said it, which means that I've now got to respond to it. The mayor's office didn't call your group. You called me specifically about this matter and talked to me about lending support for the agenda item. And you indicated to me at that time that the commissioner from the 6th was placing this on the agenda and not the commissioner from the 1st. You then had a broader conversation with me about this, at which point in time, at the conclusion of that conversation, I said to you, we're having a food giveaway. Would you and your team come over and volunteer and support those efforts? Because we were giving 800 boxes of fresh fruit and vegetables away to citizens of Augusta. Let me go a step further. In that partnership that we had through the mayor's office, you had the New Georgia Project, who was doing voter registration, coupled with When We All Vote, Fuel the Vote. So I just want to clarify that about what your role was, because on site we had the Census 2020 Census teen ambassadors who had their devices. 6 of the 10 teen ambassadors had their iPads, and they were having individuals fill out the census as well as getting folks registered to vote. So let me just clarify that. The question that the commissioner from the 8th has posed to you is, what do these resources need to go toward? And I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. So I think what you need to clarify, Reverend Johnson, what you need to clarify is to tell the commission what it is you need. And I believe the commissioner from the 4th is prepared to make a motion to try to support your organization. But I want you to be factual in there.
Well, I am being factual because from day one, you asked us, can we partner together? We have no problem. When we turned out on day 2 and nobody was there but us, we had people on the ground, people were working, people were calling. We have a calling team that continued to call all the time. We had 2 people came up with COVID. And what you did, Mayor, you stood up on the staff at our members who came down with COVID because you said it shouldn't have been out there. I said I don't want to say anything about it, but when you're going to come to the correct thing, that was very touching.
Hey, sir, can I try this another way? Is part of this money to pay others that have helped you guys with services?
Part of the money is, there are 3 parts of it. Thank you, Brother Terry. One part of it, we spend money for resources from every place in order to get the job done. Some of the resources we made some commitment for. Some of the talent that we use, we made commitment for. We hadn't been able to pay them people because we have been maintaining, keeping the boots on the ground in the midst of everything. Our first priority were boots on the ground. All the other teams could hold on and wait. Yes, sir.
What were the commitments that you made? Help me understand that.
All right. Our internet services for the websites and all that program, we have not paid for those yet. We haven't paid for the company that set up our website, run the public relations, do all that work. We haven't paid them their money. We have not paid off. We had brought a consultant in. We thought the consultant was going to be with us for about a couple of months. But as COVID caused us to keep the consultant working with us in order for us to try and finish it up. We hadn't paid off all people. Yes, I'll be the first one to say almost half of it go back to pay other folk back that we've expended money for. Yes, sir, you're right. I agree with you. And then the third part of it is that we pay stipends every day for people who work. Thank you, sir.
All right, Chair recognizes the commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, sir. This has been, I guess, a good discussion. I had a lot of reservations concerning this from early back when it first came up. But what I would like to propose, and I believe they've done a good job. I am a little distressed that the last time when this group was here, we asked them to just let us know exactly what they were going to spend the money on. And if they had already spent it or what they had already spent, knowing the census was near the end, to simply then say who or what they would reimburse for. And that was supposed to have been computer, internet service, and so forth. But unfortunately, I didn't hear that today. So, and I think it was important to everyone here that we hear that today. So I'm gonna make this motion that we provide them $15,000 for the work that they've done.
Commissioner from the third.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I know that I think the Interfaith Coalition has signed what, 1,400 people did you say to date? And so I was curious, what's the total number, Mr. Mayor, that has signed up for Richmond County? Do we have that available? I'm just trying to figure out percentage wise and trying to get the big picture here.
So I want to paint the picture once again that the census is completed 3 ways. There is by dialing 1-844-330-2020.
Right.
By filling out the form that they mail to your home or going online to my2020census.gov. That is what they refer to as the self-response method. The enumeration method, which is what the Census Bureau conducts when they deploy their people in the field to knock on doors. What happens is the city provides them with a LUCA file that is all the residences in our community. 100% of that has already been done, okay? That's the enumeration where they've gone to every single residence in Augusta, Richmond County. What I would suggest is that the Greater Augusta Interfaith Coalition has done what the Augusta Complete Count Committee was working on, and that is going into community, helping people fill it out directly. That's what the teen ambassadors have done on the ground and gone and fill out. That is what we refer to as self-response. And so that number, as of last night, self-response in Richmond County was 60.8%.
Okay. If we decided, Mr. Mayor, y'all said that y'all had offered what, $3,500 for these efforts?
That was correct at our previous meeting. That was rejected. The commissioner from the 6th just indicated that this has been the third. This is the third time, I suspect. And so those resources have now been expended.
I can't hear you. Someone has their.
Those resources have been expended.
I can't hear you.
Okay, hold on just 1 minute, Commissioner Davis. Those resources have been expended and are no longer available. So if there's an allocation, it would have to come from anything additional that the commission would do, which is what I think the commissioner from the 4th just offered.
So if we do allocate some resources, is that coming from the general fund?
I can't answer that.
Could the administrator?
Yes, that would have to come from contingency funds. That's correct.
Okay, thanks, Administrator. All right, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. We've got a motion on the floor, a motion in the amount of $15,000. Commissioner, you're muted. Commissioner from the 6th, you're muted.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I know it's, Reverend Johnson, I appreciate very much if you don't respond to my comments right about now. I realize Mr. Reverend Johnson has a lot of fire in his belly about things that he's passionate about. But one thing we can't deny is his body of work is undeniable. And with that, I would like to try to see, can we at least get him $25,000? Now, here's why. If you look at each one of those 1,400 persons, if we cut off 400 of them, and it's 1,000 persons, times $2,300 a year, times 10 years, that's what you're looking at. And so $2,500, $25,000, I'm sorry, is not a whole lot for the effort. And I can tell you, y'all know I've been in the buildings several times a week, and they're down there. In the judicial building, they're there. They're out in the tag office and stuff. So they are actually working. I know Reverend Johnson, once again, he can get kind of passionate about things. but let's not diminish the body of work that they're doing. And I'd like to make a motion for $25,000 for them.
Motion fails without a proper second.
Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor.
from the fourth. All right, Commissioner.
I want to go back to the answer that the administrator gave. Administrator, do we not, under the COVID criteria, did we have any money in COVID that could cover this?
If we're saying this is going to be allowable expenses for its COVID related, then that is correct, Commissioner.
And if I'm not mistaken, if I may continue, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
One of the expressed items of across the country about COVID was that it affected census. At first, you know, it was shortened because of COVID, I believe, from 31 October to 30 September. And I think some judicial action got involved to kind of stretch it back out again. But a lot of the the census takers were taken off the thing because of COVID. So it was my thinking, even though I didn't say it, and that's my problem. I thought this would come from COVID because of the original census thing was narrow due to COVID-19. It was actually held up at one time until they got back in the road. So my thinking was that this would come from COVID, not general funds or contingency.
All right, so the commissioner from the first made a motion and it didn't get a second. The commissioner from the sixth made a motion and didn't get a second. What's our pleasure? And let me offer this to the commissioner from the fourth. You just heard a conversation, as I understand it, that pursuant to the 2 grants that we've received in the Board of Elections, there are dollars that would be potentially returned back and no longer needed as CARES Act funding. So that might be a source of revenue for that purpose. So the question that would have to be answered is, now that we've already submitted those expenditures in that first phase of CARES Act reporting, do we make an adjustment, just how we do that? But I just want to put that out on the table that there potentially are additional CARES Act dollars available for you to use, as well as CARES Act dollars that are available in housing and community development. You can't have community development without having an accurate census account. So I just want to offer that as well.
If I may, sir, since my motion didn't get a second, that means
it did, sir. That Mr. Mayor, that Commissioner Son seconded his motion.
No, Commissioner Son made his own motion, did he?
He seconded that one, and then he made his own substitute motion.
Okay. Well, then his motion would have been a substitute.
Yes.
Okay.
What I would like to do is restate my motion for $15,000 that will come from, for lack of a better term, recaptured CARES funds, particularly coming from the Board of Elections.
Yeah. So. All right. So, Commissioner from the fourth, I would ask you to amend your motion and just simply say from potential CARES Act funding as opposed to recapture. I don't want us to get caught throwing in a cog of a wheel there with what they're reporting, because that's already been submitted to the governor's office.
Can you state that for me, please, then, so make sure I'm straight? I'm a little slow sometimes, so could you handle that for me?
Certainly. Motion to approve $15,000 from potential CARES Act funding for the Greater Augusta Interfaith Coalition for census-related activities.
I gave a second on it.
Okay. All right. Commissioner from the third.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we just hear real quick from Finance Director, because I'm feeling uneasy without seeing a budget. I'm feeling uneasy that we're hearing different ways of maybe taking this money out of 2 different pots. Or can I hear it from Wayne Brown, our legal counsel, please? Somebody. Nothing is definitive right here. And I feel like we still hadn't seen a budget. And whenever we give money to nonprofits, we have a process. I'm just concerned.
Finance Director coming online, Commissioner from the third.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I say something what my colleague just made mention of in the meantime? You tell me to go ahead?
Yeah, Commissioner Song, let's hear from Director Williams, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead, Don. Commissioner Davis, please pose your question.
Oh, to Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Williams, so we're hearing two different things. If we allocate funds to the Interfaith Coalition for the census count, where would those funds come from? I've heard contingency, then I've heard maybe some recaptured CARES Act. Give me some guidance here if you don't mind. And also, do we need a budget before we approve some expenditures right now to a nonprofit?
Okay, that's a lot of questions. And
okay, sorry, it's just two main questions.
No,
where would the funding come from?
Number one is I'm 100% certain that you have it within your power to allocate it through contingency. There's $62,000 still left in contingency. Okay. What I'm less certain of is the process for coming through CARES Act, because I have not looked at this particular use of CARES funding. I'm of the general opinion that it probably would fit, but you should probably follow along the same procedure that you have already used to make an allocation to an external agency for use of CARES funds. You approved the appropriation to Payne College contingent on processing through the legal department and them turning in some documentation. I would suggest that it would be a good idea not to deviate from the procedure that you set up with the one item that came before this. That would seem to be the consistent use.
The funds for Payne College, the same procedure. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would support this if we were able to pull it from CARES funds, but again, I would need to, for like Ms. Williams said, to go through legal like we did before and follow the same process. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, we got a motion and a second. Commissioner from 60 waves.
No, I didn't waive, Mr. Mayor. I still,
okay.
I think there's a fundamental difference here. Most time organizations are providing a service to us in terms of a quality of life, and trust me, we all appreciate that. But here's an entity, at this particular time, they're putting money in the city's coffer for the next 10 years. I mean, so there's a fundamental difference there in terms of how we're approaching this. And so if it's going to be, if the CARES Act has to be, give an alternative. If the CARES Act won't work, then give an alternative to get it out of contingency funds if need be, if you're going to do that. And not lock them out.
So you got a motion that was direct about where the funding will come from, and now you're effectively changing the motion. So
I'm giving an option for the funding source.
I think you should vote on the motion that you got before you not be able to move this forward. All right, Madam Clerk, let's vote.
Mr. Clark.
No.
Ms. Davis.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy. Is he muted, sir?
He's gone.
He's gone, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Franham. Mr. Garrett.
No.
Mr. Son.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayers.
He's muted. Commissioner Sayers, you're muted.
My bad. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
He's muted.
Can he unmute?
We're waiting on him.
He's not there.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
Let's come back around to him, Madam Clerk.
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams. That motion fails with Mr. Clark, Ms. Davis, Mr. Garrett voting no, Mr. Fenoy, and Mr. Franham out.
Madam Clerk, next item.
That would be item 32. Motion to
Yes.
approve a request by Advanced Disposals and Orion Waste Systems for supplemental compensation for additional work performed during COVID-19 pandemic in accordance with section 20-28 force per their respective contracts with Augusta. This time period covers April 2020 through December 2020.
Administrator Sims, you want to speak to this matter, Administrator Sims?
Mayor, we actually have the director that will be able to speak on this matter.
Is this
Mark Mihal?
Okay.
And Becky Paget.
Okay, I don't see them in the waiting room.
The haulers are in the chamber, sir, if it's appropriate for them to make their presentation.
All right, we're going to hear from Mihal and then we'll go from there. All right, it's 5:33. Let's pick up the pace on these conversations, everybody. Let's pick up the pace on these conversations.
Okay.
All right, Director Mihal.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and Council, Commission. This agenda item is a motion to approve a request by Advanced Disposal and Orion Waste System for supplemental compensation for additional work performed during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is in accordance with section 2028, the force majeure provision per the respective contracts with Augusta. This time period is April 2020 through December 2020. In researching and conducting considerable discussions with this particular agenda item, they've come with several hardships that they've experienced during COVID-19, both in a marked increase in solid waste collected and considerable collection difficulties, including lack of drivers due to COVID-19. So those are the major factors driving this. In considering this particular item, we came today with a request to ask the Commission to waive liquidated damages for each month assessed in the monthly performance summary from April through December, as I stated earlier. This will be a start. We chose liquidated damages first because they were the most easily quantifiable amongst both callers.
Mr. Mayor, Director Mihal, go ahead.
So that is our request. Basically, we've stated right now it's been approximately $450 worth of effect in this, and that's what we present to you.
Commissioner from the 5th.
Yes, sir. Can you define liquidated damages? What is that?
Okay, liquidated damages would be
Becky, could you come in? Sure. Yeah, I'm going to have Becky Paget speak to exactly what the liquidated damages are.
So according to the contract, the collections contract, there are certain requirements that the haulers have to provide, and that would be mainly time frame. If we get a request for service where there's been a miss, then they have to service that with the same day if the call comes in before 5:30, or noon the next day if a call comes in after 5:30. So liquidated damages consist of misses, repeat misses, area misses, damages to our carts, to the wheels and to the body, not going back and picking up litter within the time frame, not addressing and working property damage claims, and leaks and spills, not removing a leaking vehicle and not cleaning up a spill within the time frame of the contract. So that's liquidated damages.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
I want to make sure we get to the commission from the 5th. Is he clear?
Yes, sir. Now, I don't mean to be harsh or anything like that, but that seems like something that the haulers themselves should be taken into account for. If they miss somebody's trash, and I call them all the time about missing somebody's trash or a trash can that was drowned, you got a spill everywhere and nobody is cleaning it up. I don't know about that one. Thank you.
I will tell you this, that with everybody staying home during the pandemic and in the beginning, and it just kind of multiplies throughout the week. Let's say that everybody's home and they are cleaning and they can't go to work. The kids are out of school, they're at home doing homeschool, that the amount of debris that was placed at the right of way for pickup increased. And it increased so much that they were unable to finish their routes. In addition to this excessive garbage that is out on the street, they experienced drivers who had to be quarantined, drivers that came down with COVID. They had people in the shop, they had people in the office. And so they really got behind the 8 ball. And as a result, they were unable to finish some routes, which if you don't finish a route on Monday, it rolls into Tuesday. So you don't finish Tuesday's routes. And it keeps rolling, and they assess some pretty substantial liquidated damages during this COVID outbreak.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, let me make this statement that I'm going to go. We're talking about extending it. We're pretty much getting to the point where we're talking about either extending or rebidding their contract. Without saying a lot, I think that needs to be taken into consideration with what we're talking about now. And I'm through.
Absolutely. We're preparing for our workshop, and that's one of the topics. Liquidated.
Very well. Thanks so much, Ms. Paget. Commissioner from the 6th, State to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry I had to change them. I'm on my phone now, so hoping that I don't know what. If I went
we hear you.
Okay. I'm believing that this was supposed to be where we supposed to just been waiving the fees or the penalty that result of all the things that Ms. Becky mentioned. We're not trying to change monies in any form or fashion. I just think it's written up in the King's English on this. It begins to confuse persons like myself. But I think all they're asking is just waive the fees because of what has happened during the COVID. So we're not trying to exchange pay them any money at a particular time. The penalties that we are assessing to them, we're trying to waive them. And I make a motion to approve that if that's what we are talking about. Am I correct, Ms. Becky?
Yes, you are, sir.
Yes, you are.
I make a motion to waive the fee.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk voting.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy? Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams? Is he muted? Mr. Marion Williams? That motion carries with Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Dennis Williams, Mr. Marion Williams out.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like to take item number 37, number 41.
Number 30.
And we're going to defer them to our next committee meeting.
Ooh. Well, don't forget you have the workshop.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But number 41 by consensus was referred to the workshop.
Okay, that's good. And number 37.
You're going to refer that to the next meeting?
Next meeting, next committee meeting, whichever comes first. All right, that means that the last item we have in front of us then is item number 36. Is that not correct?
That's it.
All right, Commissioner from the 4th, you got the last item of the day, sir.
Thank you very much. Mayor and colleagues, one of the concerns that had been brought up was a lack of security at the landfill, where we had folks going out there really attempting to undermine the environmental service process at the landfill. And I received notice from the Mr. Mihal and Mr. Wimley that they were looking at some changes out there, and I think they've made some good adjustments already. So if you don't mind me, I would like to hear from Mr. Mihal reference the upgrades that they've already accomplished and intend to do.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Mihal, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Sias. Yes, we've made several upgrades to our security in the last month on our southern perimeter. As you may know, we have 3 operational exits to the Deansbridge landfill. There's the main exit off of Deansbridge Road, and then there's 2 southern exits, entrances and exit, that go into our southern perimeter. One leads directly into the Pintucky Gun Club, and the other leads into the sheriff's training facility. And they're located within about 150 feet of each other. And one of the things that EPD pointed out is that, you know, we needed to control that better, and an access road that goes from the sheriff's training area back onto the top of phase 3. And there has been in the past, in that particular position, a chain that blocked off the road, but several times the sheriff's department easily took it down because they needed to access shooting areas that they have and target practice and shooting areas that they have on our back perimeter. So we've enacted a couple of things on our southern perimeter. That is a fully functional two-portion gate, which is padlocked, and that prohibits any vehicle access between either Pintucky or the sheriff's training facility into our site. We've also put up restricted access signs. We have 2 at that particular point of entry, and we also put some down further near the beginning of the top of phase 3. Those were recommendations that EPD gave us. I've also been in contact with both the sheriff's department and Pintucky about their entry protocols and when they keep the gates open, who has access to the 2 code boxes that are there. So I'm working with them to make sure that we have truly restricted access between those 2 locations on our southern perimeter and our operational area. Finally, I have talked to Commissioner Sias about his concern at our main gate. And what the concern is for several years now, we have had we've had an open lane beside the scale as you're coming in on your right-hand side, in which the 2 incoming scales can be bypassed. What we have done is looked at the feasibility of getting a security gate like they have at the airport. It would be essentially 1 arm that could be activated by both barcode, code input, and gate operator, so we could restrict that access of people coming in. we've looked at several styles. We're gonna look one that has functionality, like I say, for both scale operation and scanning and barcode, hopefully tied to employee employee ID cards. So, we can have people who need to be here, need to come in, easy access to that. So we're looking at that. We think it can be fairly affordable. Right now we're still exploring our possibilities, but it would probably be in around the $10,000 range for something that would be multifunctional on that end. So that is what we're doing currently, and we're asking for commission consideration for that.
Commissioner Sides, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Mihal and them for looking at this and taking it very seriously, because when you go across the scales, there are cameras and everything there that can record who is going in and out of the landfill. However, on the main gate bypass, there's nothing. So we've had folks out there who shouldn't have been out there in the landfill, and this I think will go a long way in securing the landfill from folks that's just out there as predators or whatever reason they want to be there. And it also stop any drive-bys on the scale. Where the scales, we have two sets of scale. People go across there fairly quickly. I've been out there a number of times, and with the camera system, they know who out there. They have a record. They can go back. So I want to thank them for that, and I want to appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 4th. All right. Again, we've discussed this matter. Commissioner from the 4th, do you have any additional recommendations that we want to further talk about, or what's our next step, sir, from your vantage point?
I think also we need to support the idea that was brought about ensuring that we get we've done it already, so that they can get these things done, because we have folks just going out there looking around, taking pictures, send them up to EDP or ED, whoever that is. And I think this, not that we have anything to hide, but at least if we make a mistake at the landfill, at least we should be first to know it and get a chance to work on it and report it as accordingly as required. So I just want to say I'm looking forward to these improvements at the landfill. Thank you, sir.
All right, very well. Commissioner from the 6th, you had something you wanted to say?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm fine, sir.
All right. All right. Commissioner from the 8th.
Do I get to make a motion to adjourn this meeting yet?
Absolutely, right now.
Second.
All right, there being no further business before us, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marathon.